Welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Division I Men's Team event. Alex Gruskin joined by my partner in crime, the Professor, Chris Halioris, as we bring in these NCAA Men quarterfinals. 4 matches here on our night session at the USTA National Campus in Orlando. After tonight, we'll know the final 4 teams still competing for the right to be named the 2023 Division I National Champion. Of course, on your screen, you see a split screen. That's what we're going to stay in for the majority of this doubles point, as right now, both battles underway here at the Collegiate Center, again at this USTA National Campus in Orlando. On the left side of your screen, it's the top seeds in this 2023 NCAA tournament, the Texas men's tennis team. They actually beat their opponents, number 9 South Carolina, the last time NCAAs were hosted here in Orlando. Of course, that match was a 2021 round of 16 match that went the way of Texas. Of course, completely different context surrounding this quarterfinal match. You look for this University of Texas team, Big 12 Conference regular season champions. Of course, they were also the national indoor finalists, the only team to beat TCU here this season. On the right side, of course, you've got the only team to knock out a top 8 seed in our first 3 rounds, of this 2023 NCAA tournament in 9th seeded South Carolina. South Carolina went on the road to Tennessee last weekend, took the doubles point, dropped 5 first sets in singles, still managed to find their way to that NCAA quarterfinal. 4-2 winners over the Volunteers. That's matchup number 1. I'm going to shut up and allow you to speak now, Chris Halioris, but that's rare, I know. But before we get too deep into the weeds of this match, the match calculi, etc., just talk to me surface value, Texas, South Carolina, what you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, obviously, Texas, going to be a heavy favorite based on what they've done this year. South Carolina, look, the MO for South Carolina has been very consistent all year. Doubles 1-2, find something else. That's what we're looking for here. Kind of feels like a must-dubs point for South Carolina to compete with this Texas lineup. Not absolutely necessary, but pretty darn critical for them, and they are very, very good, especially at the 1 double spot here with Samuel and Thompson.
Yeah, absolutely, and again, for South Carolina, you sort of mentioned it right there. Their match calculus all season long: win the doubles point, find 3 singles victories. Now, of course, we'll get into where they're most comfortable in singles in a moment, but Westhoff, right away, throw me up a deciding point graphic, as that's what we've got on court number 1. Legitimately 2 of the best teams in the country doing battle at this number 1 doubles spot. Of course, you've got the 4th-year Elliot Spizzirri, number 1 singles player in the country. He's partnered with the defending NCAA doubles champion, Cleve Harper. They're taking on the all-junior pairing. Number 1 in the country are Toby Samuel and Connor Thompson of South Carolina. Samuel serving here on the deuce point. And it's an early Texas break, and you're going to hear it all match long on your stream. Texas fight. Texas fight. You're going to get sick of it by the end, or you're going to fall asleep with that in your head. I don't know what to say, folks. It's just the luxury, I should say, of this matchup on the left side of your screen. Not 2-0, 1-0 lead for Texas on court number 1. Let's take you over to court number 2, please, as we introduce the right side of your screen. And dare I say, Chris Halioris, this is a match that needs no introduction. It's a rematch of our 2022 NCAA championship. This time, Kentucky, the 4th seed, Virginia, the 5th seed. You look at the overall records, of course, Kentucky, SEC tournament champions for the first time since 1992, 27-4 overall on the year. They've won 8 in a row coming into today's matchup. The only team more impressive than that, without question, has been the 5th-seeded Cavaliers down the home stretch. Your defending NCAA champions, now a decade removed from their first NCAA team title. Dare I say, Chris, it's been the decade of the Who's these past 10 years in men's college tennis. They have, 5 different national championships over the past 10 years, most of any program out there. Of course, 27-4 overall, but most impressively, they have won 9 15 consecutive matches coming into today's NCAA quarterfinal, and you only need to turn to last year's record to tell you that when the Who's get hot, the rest of the college tennis universe is in trouble. Chris Halioris, again, opening monologue complete. Your thoughts on our second matchup?
Yeah, the second match here is one that we said it. Kentucky, the 4 seed, Virginia, the 5. Virginia beat them last year in the final. Kentucky beat them earlier this year. So the two teams very familiar with each other. But Virginia on such a roll coming into the NCAAs here, it just seems and feels like they're actually the higher seed and favorite team. So it's going to be very interesting. Starting with this doubles point, neither team excels particularly well in doubles. So it will be a very interesting doubles point. I'm not sure that I would say it's more, if I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say it might be a little more critical for Kentucky. But either team is going to be, it's going to be such a good battle up and down, strength on strength, weakness on weakness in these lineups. Any of these matches could go either way. This is going to be a real barn burner, I think.
Absolutely. And now, again, you know the scene. Let's talk about the players, and then we can enjoy all of the tennis as it unfolds at this number 1 double spot on the right side of your screen. It is the 5th year, Olafiayeni. He's partnered with Taha Badi. They've been at the top spot all year long for this Kentucky team. 8-11 overall. I think they've lost their last 6 decisions, but look, when this team gets hot, doesn't really matter what the other side of the court is doing. Meanwhile, on this near side, I should have mentioned, by the way, Ayeni partnered with Taha Badi, fellow transfer. He's got 2 years remaining after coming over from Wake Forest. On this near side of your screen, in the all-white, for the Who's, it's the junior, Iñaki Montez. He's partnered with the senior Will Woodall. Now, I say Woodall's a senior. He does have another year of eligibility. Still unclear where he's going to spend that final year, but again, Virginia's played around with their doubles lineup all season long. This duo in particular, Montez Woodall, relatively new in their partnership, 4-2 overall on the season. So that's the stakes on court number 1. Those are the players competing. Let's have ourselves a day, Chris Halioris. It's quarterfinal Thursday. Does it get better than this?
Not really.
Not really.
Maybe semifinal Friday or final Saturday.
No, because this you get 4.
You get all the
That's
teams.
what I'm saying. You lock it in as we go to court number 2, please, now, on this Kentucky-Virginia side of things. Again, we'll start really jumping around here in a moment, but at first want to introduce everyone you've got on your screen. And now we can move back to the Texas-South Carolina things, as you see on your screen. On the ad side for Texas, it's the 4th year, Siem Waldeep. He's partnered with the superstar sophomore P.Y. Bailey. Of course, this duo, they've been real good for this Texas squad. 14-7 overall on the year, 13-7 at the 2 spot. They took that 2 spot, Chris, at the National Indoors. They never gave it up. But look, they're taking out a really good South Carolina 2 doubles team in 5th year, Jake Beasley. Of course, the junior, James Story. Beasley, Story, 16-9 overall on the year. South Carolina more broadly, 49-18 in individual doubles sets. They've been so good at the doubles point. Who are you leaning this on court number 2?
Well, I think this is a spot for Texas, although we saw them get the early break at 1, so not the one I expect them to win. I think this is a must-win spot for them. Look, you mentioned it, 18 sets lost in the year, 9 of them here for South Carolina. This is a spot Texas has got to take advantage of if they want to win this doubles point, I believe. And then, yeah, it's either 1 or 3 after that, but I think this is a spot for Texas, and I would lean that way here.
Absolutely, and you see, throw it on the board, Westhoff. We've got early break point chances for the Horns. And it is a break for Texas on 2, so let's go to 3 as we complete our introductions. Meanwhile, how about this start at 2? And you hear some Who's backgrounds. It's a lot of Who's in the stands, whether it's, of course, the Pedroso family. We got to meet the Pedroso brothers last year. You're not going to find 2 rowdier fans in the crowd than those Pedroso brothers. Of course, the brothers of University of Virginia head coach Andreas Pedroso. But here for Virginia, it's the juniors. Rodesh van der Schulenberg. That's Jeffrey van der Schulenberg. We call him Doc Von here on our Crack Racket stream, and it's a Doc Von hold For 3-Love, they're taking on the duo of Joshua Lapadat, JJ Mercer. Year number 2 on the job together for these two, 15-5 overall as we head to court number 3. 3-Love there, Chris. I was going to ask you which way you're leaning, but I don't really care. It's an early break 3-Love lead for the Hoops.
Yeah, and I would have leaned the other way before the start. I mean, Lapadat and Mercer have been good. That's a great doubles team. Mercer, great hands. Lapadat always like to have the lefty in the doubles pair. I mean, it's a good team. So it's a great start for Virginia there.
Absolutely, and you see it's a hold for Kentucky on court number 3. Westoff, take me back to 1. On that Kentucky-Texas side. We'll spend some time with 3 in a moment, but we have an order of operations we like to joke about here on our Cracked Racquets stream. Of course, match points, set points, break points, deciding points, break points, I should say, is our order of operation. But the one rule we hold above all else, Chris, other than I talk, you listen, no dead time on our screen. That's rule number 1, of course.
I thought it was I buy, you receive.
Yeah.
I got the rules wrong.
Yeah, it's I'll come, you pay. Absolutely. As you see the 2-1 lead here, a little trouble for Taha Badi. As it's a double break 3-Love lead on 1 for Texas. Again, we're locking in on all of this action. Super producer Daniel Westoff jumping around. He's on the 1s and 2s. Westoff, will you take me back to court number 3? Or are we on a changeover there? Yeah, it looks like they're in the chair. As soon as they're out of the chair, we'll go back to court number 3 here, complete our introductions. Ruskin, Chris Halioris here. It's quarterfinal Thursday here at the 2023 NCAA Division I Men's Championships. Of course, if for some reason you missed out on yesterday's action, go check the replay right now. It'll be well worth all 6 hours of your time. Was so outstanding to see, last night's NC State-Iowa State battle go 4-3. You had a Georgia-Michigan match that was 4-0 in name only, but so many 3-setters there. UNC 4-2 over Texas. And yes, I didn't forget about you, Stanford fans. The most impressive team of the day by far, a beatdown of number 2 Texas A&M. So if that's any precursor, foreshadowing of what to expect today, I promise it's going to be a good one. And again, to all of you tuning in from afar, appreciate you joining us. Right now, Waldy Bailey looking to consolidate on 1. But here come the Hoos on court number 1. It's a deuce point, deciding point. Throw that graphic. Deciding point coming up. Yeah, can we go back to court number 3, please, in that South Carolina-Texas? Perfect, and you see it. Wow. 3-Love South Carolina. That's a good response, considering they are down that double break now on court number 1. And here on court number 3, the duo of Casey Houle, Rafa Lambling for South Carolina. Again, Houle, Lambling, part of the experienced core. Lambling, the 5th year, Houle, the sophomore. This duo, just a ho-hum 14-4, Chris, at the number 3 spot. But of course, they're taking on the duo of 5th year Chi-Chi Huang, 4th year Evan McDonald. Huang, McDonald seizing that number 3 doubles position at the end of the year. They're undefeated, Chris, 5-0 overall on the season. Obviously, given the start on 1 and the start on 2, a must-have now for South Carolina on 3. Look, they're getting it.
Yeah, and a couple, an early, it was 11:30 now, 15:30, but a good look at a double break for them here, potentially. It looks like it's all going to come down to court 2.
Sure.
And Texas got that early break, but down a double break on 1, you just can't imagine that, in a 6-game set playing guys like Spaziri, that you're going to get a double break back. So that court 2 could be critical, but, for South Carolina, they've got to hold the break lead here. And if they can get a double break, we might as well just stay on court 2 the rest of the way.
Absolutely. 2 other quick things I would point out. A, again, here at the USTA National Campus, it is hot as can be. It is not cold outside. We ain't in the Midwest no more, Chris. This is not Champaign, Illinois.
There's the reason that tent you could see above the Texas match is as packed as, or more packed than the stands are. There's shade under that tent.
Without question. Yeah, there's about 100 people packed into that little, 40 by 40 space there. It is the only shade, the only forgiveness you're offered. I actually am pretty sure I was outside for like 30 minutes and my ankles are burnt. I don't know how that happens, but your boys got burnt ankles, Chris, as we see double break point, chances for the double break lead on 3, excuse me. Also, if you can, super producer Danny Westhoff, take us down to 3 in Kentucky, Virginia. I want to introduce that final matchup, but you all see and hear the roar. For love Gamecocks on court number 3. And this is point number 2 I was going to get to before talking about my ankle burn, because I know people want to hear about that. But point number 2, if you watched the doubles yesterday, as you see the deciding point, and it goes to Draxel and Easton. God, the last thing in the world you need is to give Liam Draxel an excuse to get nuts. But that he does, as it's a 3-1 break for the Hats on court number 3. Here's my final point, Chris. You saw the same doubles I did yesterday. So many nerves across the board through the first 15 minutes of play. And I think you see that in the lopsided scoreboards. First match here in Orlando for each of these teams. It's not going to be pretty the first 20, 30 minutes, is it?
No, probably not. And probably potentially even less so when we get to the night matches. I got a chance while you were doing the call last night to walk the grounds before the night matches.
And Westhoff, take me to 1 on Texas, South Carolina. Please carry on.
And spoke with about what looked like about 30 minutes to go in the first set of matches. Walked down to see all the other teams warming up, spoke to some of the coaches, someone like Coach Earnshaw in particular with NC State, who said, look, this is the hard part because you don't want to get too worked up, but you don't want to get warmed up and then sit for 30 minutes and be totally cold. So, their philosophy is try to go to the last minute. As long as you can, we want to play right up until we're called over. But yeah, that gets interesting for them. At least these teams got a normal warm-up, nothing before them.
Sure. Meanwhile, for the first time I get to say it, de facto match points on 1. And look, I mean, Spazieri and Harper have been here before. We use a term here at Crack Rackets. We call them the guys. That player you want when it's crunch time, 3-all, back against the wall. You just need a point from them. I'd put this duo of Spazieri and Harper on that list of the guys up against anyone else in college tennis. Meanwhile, you see Liam Draxel.
You see Draxel.
Yeah. He's Draxeling. I don't know how else to say it.
That match looks, as much as it looks like 2 is going to be the match to decide it on the Texas side, it looks like court 1 is going to be the one to decide it here, at least for now, in the Kentucky match.
4-love lead right now for Odesh and Von der Schulenberg on court number 2 for Virginia. By the way, we didn't introduce these number 3 pairings. As you see the ace out wide for Draxel, he's pointing at mom. He's got dad on the sideline. He's got Kentucky fans, Big Blue Nation in the crowd. The 4th-year Draxel's Draxeling it up. And, of course, he's partnered with freshman Jaden Weeks. This duo, 14-5 overall in the year. They're taking on the senior Ryan Getz, the junior Alex Kiefer. Kiefer and Getz, 6-2 overall on the year. Again, a late switch here. And you see Samuel Thompson from Love 40 down. They hold 4-1-4. So early action across the board. Let's take you over to court number 2, please. That deciding rubber. Court number 2. I think we're about to get a changeover perhaps here on 2, or they're coming out of the chair. Texas still up in early break. And we're getting Olay chants in the crowd, Chris. And I'll tell you who does the Olay. I reckon. This is the sad part of our job is I'm like, oh, it's Olays. It's the Virginia section. Of course, they're Olaying.
This match for Texas on 1 seems like it's going to be over before I get the opportunity to say thank you to Mr. Harper for coming out yesterday and saying hi.
Well, let the record show we get accused of bias all the time, and the only thing I'm biased towards is good tennis. Like, I just want everyone to win. Hugs from the Harpers. Mr. and Mrs. Beasley, the 2 most lovely parents in the world. They gave us some signed cookies as their way of signed cookies. I mean, cookies that they said thank you with. I love College Tennis Nation. I really do. As you see a deciding point on 2. Okay, I guess we have some who's in the house. Game points for Waldheeb and Bailey to continue to consolidate their break lead. We have scoreboards right now on 4 of our 6 doubles courts, folks. 4-1, 5-love. 4-love and 4-1.
We're going to watch on the right side here. We're going to see the end of this game where Rodesh and von der Schulenberg are serving for a 5-love lead.
And indeed, they take it. And so Westhoff, we actually are.
Let's go to court 1 on the Kentucky side.
I like it. Let's go to 1 on the Kentucky side. I don't want to miss any match points, though. Can you take me to 3 on the South Carolina side afterwards? 5-love for Hulen Lambling. 5-love.
And we won't miss them on the Virginia Kentucky side. We won't miss them either. But Rodesh and von der Schulenberg now also up 5-love, but that just happened and they're going to a changeover. So we'll keep an eye for match points there. But it is clearly coming down to this court 1 for Kentucky and Virginia and the doubles point. So we'll keep that one up as long as possible, other than any match points.
I'm sad to say I already have my first chant stuck in my head. You could hear there's some who's in the house. Who? I think I'm going to start doing that when I walk into my home, like when I'm seeing my parents. I'm going to be like, there's an Alex in the house. Who? See Tret Huey, former All-American himself. Now the volunteer assistant, and you just wonder with the coaching carousel beginning. Does he end up in an assistant role full-time? Does he stay at Virginia? I think he's going to have some choices. Westhoff, can you take me over to court number 1, please, in South Carolina, Texas? Court 1, where we have break point chances. Samuel and Thompson down in double break, but an opportunity to work themselves into the match. And they do get another break back. So 4-2, it's just a single break now. Let's hold here on 1. I'll keep my eye on 3, of course. Chris, you're on scoreboard duty now for Kentucky, Virginia, in particular court number 2.
I am watching that, as well as the fact that I don't want to switch from this, but there are break points to get back on serve, I believe, on court 3 for Virginia.
Well, it's a 3-all hold for Body and Ianni, so we can go to court number 3 now. That's Virginia-Kentucky side of things. And again, just in case you're new to the college tennis scene, A, welcome. You picked a perfect time to join us. But B, of course, how does this work? 3 double sets simultaneously, all of them 1 set, no ad scoring, first to 6, breaker at 6-all. Whichever team can capture 2 of the 3 double sets, they'll go into our 6 singles matches with a 1-0 lead. All those singles matches worth 1 on the team scoreboard. First to 4 total points wins. Samuel Thompson making a push, Chris Halioris. This is why they are the number 1 team in the country. But again, Spizzirri and Harper are 3. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty good match at 1.
This would be a crazy comeback.
We saw it yesterday.
If they go from 4-love 15-40, down 15-40, love 4, 15-40, and maybe manage to get back here.
Yeah, but Chris, you know what? There's some who's in the house. Who?
I think when you sing that at home and you try there's an Alex in the house, that's exactly what your mom's going to say. Who?
There's a boo.
Boo, boo, yeah. There you go.
I love the energy here in college tennis. It's what makes this special.
Oh, he missed.
Yeah, that was a put away. Now, again, serving marker's incorrect. It's South Carolina and Connor Thompson serving on that far side. Ooh, body shot from Weeks. I love it. No love lost. Meanwhile, can you take me to court number 3, please, on the after this game point? Take me to court 3 on the Texas-South Carolina side of things, where South Carolina is about to serve for the set. 5-1 for Lambling and Houle. Again, that takes precedence. Meanwhile, take me to court 2 on the Virginia side of things. We've just got 2 teams serving for sets now.
5-1, and then they're just about to begin serving for that set here on the Virginia side.
Indeed, they are. It's a love 15. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and guesstimate that it's going to be von der Schulenburg serving. If you have Chris Rodesch, he serves first, Chris.
100%.
In our life, Chris is usually served first.
Yeah.
But I get to do the monologues.
And we're wrong. No, we did say Von. Yeah, it is Von der.
Yeah.
Von der. I was thinking we said that Rodesch. No, obviously.
No. It had to be Von der Schulenburg. And again, it's the all-junior duo here, Rodesch, von der Schulenburg.
See Scott Brown there.
Going to be a lot of talk about Scott Brown as well, with Duvenhagen, the Vanderbilt men's tennis head coach, stepping down. Scott Brown, a part of some really good Vanderbilt teams back in the aughts, the mid-2000s. I'm so proud to say aughts there. You just don't get to say it often. Look at this, a little trouble. Again, we said it at the start. First match for all of these teams, there will be some nerves. Now 15-30. Worth noting, again, didn't say this earlier, Kentucky and Virginia faced off earlier in the season, was a 4-3 victory for the Kentucky Wildcats. They actually won that match in Charlottesville. Now, there was no Chris Rodesch, no Liam Draxel in that match. It's also been 3 months, so all the freshmen are now more mature. A couple of things have changed since then, but for what it's worth, in that match, Kentucky took the doubles point, wins at the number 1 and 3 spots. No rematches across the board. Chris, I think that was the last time we saw Virginia senior Barbotzer. He played doubles in that match and is not playing here today.
I think you're right. And we're not going to show it because...
Well, it's match points here on the left.
We're very close. Yeah, it is. And we're very close to a match point on the right, but it's a huge deuce point on court 1 on that Kentucky-Virginia match at 3-all. They're not going to cut away from potential match points here.
It's a great serve from von der Schulenburg out wide. Give it to me one more time, Westhoff. Match points. Who's on 2?
Oh, that was called wide, Dreskin.
Oh.
Rodesch still arguing.
I mean, it's far sideline. I can't see it. It felt good. I think von der Schulenburg sold me with the Selly. Well done, Jeffrey.
You were watching him, and I was watching Rodesch, who was immediately hands up in the air, walking to the chair.
Was there a call overruled here? Because that took a while, which makes me think that something was seeded.
No. Oh.
Did he
was that
something?
A second serve?
I don't know. It wasn't. He might have said something. It might have been a time violation. Again, we can't hear that, but that was a long pause between serves. Meanwhile, credit to Houle and Lambling. They extend the match. So now we'll move over to court number 1, please. We got to go to 1 urgently. Look at this. 15-30 from 4-love down, the number 1 team in the country, Samuel Thompson. They ain't going anywhere, Chris.
Oh, my.
And now they have break points. Wow. With the 5-2 lead on 3. Wow. Now we're talking. To break back, so we play on here on court number 2.
Let's go to
Court 3 on the
Let's go
Kentucky-Virginia
to
side.
court 3 on Kentucky, Virginia.
As Draxel and Weeks are about to serve for that set on 3.
And we'll keep our eyes. That deuce game I referred to on court 1 for Kentucky, Virginia went the way of Virginia.
So they're on serve?
They're on serve.
Gotcha. And again, as we were prone to do from time to time, let me give you the quick rundown of the scores just to keep you up to date, what we're monitoring. Virginia, 4-3 on serve at 1, 5-2 lead. Who's at 2? You see Draxel Weeks closing in here at 3. So as Chris alluded to, that number 1 double spot, feeling like the swing. Westhoff, can you take me to 1, actually? I know they're closing in, but we got to go to 1 on that Kentucky-Virginia side. Now, Love, 30, Woodall, and Montez. South Carolina breaks back. That's 4 straight, and Connor Thompson's going to say, Gamecock Nation, give me some noise. Deuce, excuse me, 4 all now. We got to go quickly to 2. 2 on the South Carolina-Texas side. 5-3-30 all. Apologize, please.
I can still picture from 10 minutes ago that 15-40 serve from South Carolina where they get the point, and there was almost no reaction because it was like,
who cares?
4. How can I get so excited about 1 point? And now it's 4 all. Long wait for body here.
So it's break points coming up. Now, for what it's worth, Westhoff, can you get me to a quick triple box with court number 3 at Virginia, Kentucky being the 3rd option, because Draxel and Weeks are serving for it. Of course, given the swingish nature of this number 1 double spot, I don't want to leave it, and we won't, but we'll try to get that 3 up on the side so you don't miss a set point. Ooh, and can you take me to 3 in South Carolina, Texas? Court 3 in South Carolina, Texas, because, sorry, I know I'm asking you to do 1,000 things, but it's match points right now for South Carolina. 6-2 decision, Lambling and Houle. So we'll go back to court number 2. Number 1 doubles is turning into the swing, Chris. We'll go to court number 2 here on the Texas side. Meanwhile, you see match points Draxel. You want to put that in the big... No, hold on. There it is, and I just want to see the celebration. It's a racket pound. 6-3 on court number 3. So we'll make court 3 court 2 as Beasley's story stay alive. Are they passionate or what? You see the roars. Now we have a double set. Now we have a doubles point, Chris. It took us about 30 minutes, but I think we've got some good
got
tennis.
One there. But Montez and Woodall with the break, and they're going to serve for it. And in just a moment,
I don't know why.
Van der Schulenberg and Rodesh are going to serve for it. So Virginia's going to be serving for the doubles point on courts 1 and 2.
If you will, let's put court number 1 in the big screen, please. Put 1 of that Kentucky matchup as you see, yes. It is Will Woodall serving on the far side for a set for Virginia. If you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. Again, we've got 2 matches on your screen. We'll get both scoreboards up for you here now. Kentucky takes the double set on court number 3. It's Draxel and Weeks. 6-3, I believe.
Yes.
That number 3 spot. Yes. Meanwhile, on this side of things, 6-2 South Carolina. Casey Houle, Rafa Lambling getting the job done at the 3 spot.
Oh, there's a little opening here.
That was a tight half
30.
volley. It was. I like the serve and volley play, but it's tough to execute. Rodesh van der Schulenberg 2 points away.
Oh, Texas not happy.
Yeah, that's P.Y. Bailey serving for the set, I believe.
Wow, Taha body.
That's as good as it gets. That's why even through the struggles, Coach Kaufman, Cedric Kaufman, former All-American Kentucky player, now head coach for this Kentucky squad, he's stuck with his pairings all year long, Chris. He thinks when they play their best, they can take doubles from anyone. You're seeing that today.
I'd say all year after maybe the first quarter, they did try to start the year with Draxel and Ianni together and split them up. But then it's been steady pairing since.
Yeah, that was. And by the way, right there, thank you for doing that, Alafi Ianni, as we switch things up. Match points for Rodesh and Van der Schulenberg. You saw that wind, though, right? Strong going right to left on our screen. There are some thunderstorms, we'll say, allegedly looming in the background. Now, it's said that all day, and we haven't felt a drop. But as the wind picks up, that would be why. Oh, miscommunication. You reach, I teach. That down the line ball from Lapadat extends things. Meanwhile, you see Texas is 2 points away on 2. Oh my God. Oh, that goes along a deuce point. Chris, 5-4 Thompson Samuel. They're up Love 15. And again, we don't have a fourth box.
From Love 4,
yeah,
15-40.
If we had a fourth box, we'd show it to you. You're a Texas fan. Oh, Match points on 2 as well. A lot of match points on your screen, folks. And now it's match points on 1. Rodesh goes long, so give me split screen courts 1 and 2, please. Double match points. We'll throw this 2 to a side. Match points on each of these courts. It's a set for Texas. They broke early. They never let it go. PY, wall deep, 6-4 at the number 2 spot. Win number 15 on the year. Meanwhile,
Kentucky stays alive.
Big Blue Nation roars. Kentucky doesn't just stay alive on 1, Chris. They did it on 2 as well.
Stayed alive on 2
no,
as well.
We go to a triple box. 3 double sets remaining, Westhoff. Give me Texas in the big screen. Side 2 courts will be both of Virginia, Kentucky. As again, South Carolina, Texas split the number 2 and 3 double spots. Now 5 all on 1. 2 matches left in Kentucky, Virginia. We'll put them both on the left side of your screen.
And that's courts 1 and 2.
Yes, Kentucky
Virginia,
taking a 6-3 win at 3 from Drexel and Weeks. Now we're playing, Chris. Now we're playing. And this is one of those moments where I remind you, Thompson and Samuel are number 1 in the country. Spizzirri and Harper are 3. Thompson and Samuel won a clinching tiebreak to earn the doubles point last weekend for South Carolina on the road at Tennessee, over, by the way, the number 4 duo of Harper and Monday. So Samuel and Thompson have been here before.
Wow. Good instinct and good get to follow it up and force the error from Cleve. At least it was 30 love there. Never like to see the doubles coming down the tight finish here.
It's exceptional.
Oh.
Connor Thompson, the junior, serving on the far side.
And when Texas gets that return down at his feet, I just feel like there's no good option. Are you gonna hit the ball to Harper at the net? You're gonna go to Spizzirri at the baseline. Texas gets in the driver's seat if you can't get the advantage off the serve like that. Oh, but that serve was long.
Sure.
From 30 love, now 30-40, and a couple break points for the Longhorns here. We've got 3 match points for Rodesh and von der Schulenburg here on the Josh Lapadat serve. What was
long conversation there? As it is a Spizzirri Harper break 4-6-5 after all of that drama from 4 love to 5 all. Spiz and Harper will now serve for the set. Again, 2 more match points here for Virginia.
Keep working, Woody. Great work, baby.
overrule?
Oh, no. And Trent Huey's going to come racing over to plead his case, or is that Andreas Pedroso? Either way.
That had to be a third overrule the way they're tossing the ball over. It was 30-40. Unless,
no, they're hitting it back.
Oh, they're hitting it back.
Unless there's an argument being made here.
And now he's hitting the ball back. Oh, he just hit Rodesh with the ball, not on purpose, but it was a soft one.
All right, in the meantime, can you put court 1 on our big screen? Court number 1 of Texas, South Carolina, as Harper Spizzirri going to serve for the match.
Now Kentucky asking, Kentucky up there on court 2 thinks that was the third overrule in a game. Virginia says no. Or a point penalty, which would be the game, but doesn't appear to be that. Or it is. I don't know. The ball's coming back again.
We'll worry about that in a second. Again, as soon as they make a definitive choice on the scoreboard. Well, they have you do the scrambling drill.
Wow.
The coach is just going to feed a ball and make you run. That's what Thompson and Samuel did. Extended that rally about 3 more times than they should have. But now Texas 2 points away from the doubles point. Meanwhile, an update from our dear friend John J. Parsons. Kentucky serving 4-5, 30-40, overruled. which did indeed give them a point penalty to lose the point.
Yeah, you can see it's now Virginia serving there. They did award them the penalty.
New rule. Thank you, Harry Jaden. 2 overrules in doubles is a point penalty. Not 3, it's 2 in doubles
it's
now.
2
New
in doubles.
rule. Thank you, Harry Jaden. That's why we love him. We'll do 3 minutes on Michigan State recruiting a little later.
Welcome, Ronnie Hellman. Just going with the second serve I formation here.
Ball sails long. Match point, Texas. Was a little of a roller coaster to get there. First match point fought off. That's a great return. Kept it so low.
Gutsy return going right at Spitz.
And I would venture pretty confidently that this is going to be a kick serve to the Connor Thompson backhand. So good. That's why they're 3 in the country. That's why Cleve Harper's a defending NCAA doubles champion. Yes, it got complicated, but in the end, number 1 Texas, they come out, they take a 1-0 lead over South Carolina, wins at the number 1 and 2 spots. If you're South Carolina, you come out and you say, we got punched in the face the first 10 minutes, we played them even, if not better, the rest of the way, Chris. But man, finding 4 singles victories for South Carolina, that is a tough task ahead of them.
Tall task. Now it makes Samuel and Thompson are absolute must-wins at this point. They're going to get 4 singles matches.
We'll talk about that singles setup here in a little bit. Meanwhile, let's remember, reset how we got to this point in doubles. Breaker to decide things on 1. Montez, Woodall, they broke for 5-3. Now, Ayeni, Body were able to get that break back, and now we head to a breaker. Similarly, court number 2. It was 5-2 Who's. Rudesh van der Schulenberg, whether it be a couple of overrules, some sloppy net play, they were unable to close things out. And again, now Virginia's got to take both courts 1 and 2. It's a 6-5 lead for Virginia on 2. Kentucky already getting a 6-3 win at the number 3 double spot.
I feel like J.J. Mercer here, if he can get them to a breaker with a hold. Kentucky with 2 chances to win a breaker. Certainly like your odds.
You see that strong right to left wind drags that lob wide. Now again, here's the thing. 6-3 decision for Kentucky on 3. They only need 1 of these 2. And I think the goal thus far is to just work the referees, be as irate as possible through the first 50 minutes, so that when we get to hour 4, they'll be like, you know what? You win. Overruled.
Just for those of you at home, when we get back to singles on that Texas-South Carolina side, the cameras are facing the same direction in both matches, so that right to left wind is right to left in both of these matches.
Really well done. Every time they find themselves down. And anybody coming up with the goods. Kentucky, the 6-3 win on 3. They just need one. Virginia's going to need them both. And these teams faced off in the 2022 NCAA final, won by Virginia. Kentucky, the 4-3 win in Charlottesville earlier this year. Match points for the Hoos again on 2. Now, we've been here before. This is J.J. Mercer serving on the near side.
That was a big mini break back for Ianni and Body, given the 3 match points they're facing here.
Ball sails on von der Schulenburg. First fought off. Would not shock me at all, Chris, to see Radesh take a big cut down the line here on the return. He loves that inside-in forehand. That's twice they didn't communicate. That's happened twice.
It was so strange that Mercer, when he hit it, looked as if someone had called a let.
100%.
Everybody just stopped.
Meanwhile, 3-all now on court number 1 at the first turn.
Big return coming here for Radesh. Oh, no.
The double fault gives the set to the Hoos. 7-5, Radesh and von der Schulenburg. Means court number 1's breaker's gonna be our decider. Lafi Ianni, Haha Body, under 500, Chris. 8-11 overall on the year. Montez and Woodall 4-2. Again, Virginia played around with their doubles all year long. Well,
it's going to be all emotion.
Who wants it more?
Exactly. I think Ianni is going to be very active here.
Will Woodall finds the line.
Ianni covered the line, and Woodall still found a way down the line past him.
If you're going to go for the down the line pass, you have to hit it that perfectly. Mini break back to the Hoos.
That ball was outside the court 90% of the way down.
Well, on a day when Rafael Nadal withdraws from the French Open, Chris, that felt like an homage to him.
Sure about that selection there from Miami. Plenty of time to hit a good backhand. Tries the lob, at least went over the diminutive Montez. But not a good enough lob, that's for sure.
Ianni says, here's my line.
I was trying to figure out that reaction from Montez there. He put his hands over his head like he was surprised. I'm not sure what he was expecting. Ianni just almost pegged Woodall.
Well, I think he thought that ball was going to sail.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Because he looked like he was disappointed. How could you be disappointed?
Yeah, the option was either
he just teed off on you.
No, it was either bruise to the chest or go with the racket.
Ianni misses that forehand. Match points, Virginia. I need some scruff in the beard area before I think that that's Tret Huey.
Big cut from Woodall. You found the line last time, so you get it. But throw it on our screen one more time. This time on serve, match point for the doubles point, or the defending champs, Virginia. Oh, no.
Wow. I cannot believe Ianni went behind Woodall twice.
Over the highest portion of the net, he squeaks that ball over.
I would
6-all on the turn. I apologize. As we do, super producer Daniel Westhoff, can you bring me two side courts of Texas, South Carolina singles action? We do have singles beginning on courts 1 through 6 here at the USTA National Campus. Number 1, Texas. Felt like it was an hour ago, given the drama here between Virginia and Kentucky, but number 1 Texas does take a 1-love lead over South Carolina. A little drama in that doubles point, clinched at the number 1 spot, 7-5 by Spazieri and Harper. We'll bring you some singles matches. We can bring them right now, Westhoff, on that side. Keep Kentucky doubles in the big box.
Big cut from body, but a little too much oomph.
It's another match point for Virginia.
see the body serve.
Here we go, baby.
What a get by Body. I thought that was a winner down the line. Forces the air back from Virginia. Stays on serve.
They're slicing, they're dicing. Nice footwork there from Cedric Kaufman.
He's not American. These guys all love their soccer tennis.
Oh, absolutely, that's the secondary competition we'll have. Meanwhile, one more serve here for Body. Singles action on the side. We'll address it in a moment. Into the net. You know what? I lied. Let's go full screen one more time here. Court number 1. Match points, Kentucky. How did we get here?
I almost don't recognize Ianni. He's got a nice trim going there. Ianni is a super emotional guy. You think he just flat out goes for it on the return here?
We'll see.
Down the line.
Now maybe.
Oh, don't let him whip that forehand here.
Oh, that's so good from Iñaki Montez. The quick backhand reaction just to land that first volley.
And the second one, it wasn't even the volley. It was just the instinct. I mean,
it's the footwork.
Yeah, the fact that the volley was a no-brainer by the time he already knew where the ball was going. Such good instinct, such good footwork.
All overall, and now we know both teams have fought off match points.
Let's go, Woody.
Match points again for the Who's. They're at their best when Iñaki Montez is moving. And he's using his speed, using how quick those hands are. Just dominate that net play.
Great play. Both sides here. His first mini wins it's what it feels like.
No, it's hilarious. 9-all overall. Let's go to the split screen now. We'll show you some singles action. We do have singles underway. Just on this quick changeover, let's throw up that triple box, super producer Daniel Westoff. Again, 9-all on the turn here. Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris. Singles action underway again. Samuel up the early break on the #1 player in the country, Elliot Spizzirri. As Chris Halioris alluded to, and we'll get into that match calculus in a little bit, but no doubt that's one South Carolina has to have if they're going to find 4 singles victories. Texas needing just 3. Let's go full screen, though, back to Kentucky, Virginia. 9-all overall. Match points fought off by both sides. If you're just joining us, Kentucky took the number 3 double spot. Virginia took court number 2. Ianni and Montez and Woodall served for the set up 5-3. They were broken. It's now another match point for the Cats.
Last time we were here, Ianni went down the line on Woodall twice. Is he going to try it again?
It goes wide, and they're celebrating like it's a national title. Big Blue Nation takes the doubles point. 11-9 at this top spot in the breaker. It goes the way of Ianni and Body. That is a massive momentum boost for the Cats. And they'll take a 1-0 lead going into our 6 singles matches. So let's head back to courts 1 through 6 for the start of singles. Texas, South Carolina. But Chris, wow, I don't even know what to say. From 5-3 down, Ianni, Body, they get the job done.
Yeah, great comeback. Didn't look good for them there. I'm with you. I don't know what to say. And that was that was critical for Kentucky. I think more critical for them than Virginia. Setting up, I still think that's going to be a barn burner no matter what. We're going to see a bunch of 3-setters.
That was fun. So that rush of energy abates, and now we get into the real meat and potatoes of it all. And Chris, by the way, breaking news announcement. Both quarterfinals 3 and 4, Michigan, TCU, Ohio State, Georgia, scheduled for not before 7:30. I'm going to go ahead and say not before 8. I'm just going to throw that out there right now.
No chance they're starting it.
Yeah, maybe even not before 8:30, as we've got a long way to go. Here on the top spot, you throw up the graphic right away. Breakpoint chances back for Elliot Spizzirri. It is a break back for Spiz. Spizzirri, the 4th-year #1 player in the country. 20-1 overall for the Longhorns. He's taken on number 10 player in the country, junior Toby Samuel. Samuel 19-4 overall on the year. You name a player, he's beaten them. So this battle on court number 1 as anticipated. Fun start as a couple of breaks are traded. While we have this window, let's try to rush through all of our introductions. Let's go to court number 2. Swap out court 1 with court 4. See, it's an early Love 30 lead in the 1-2 service game of junior Connor Thompson. Every team needs a Connor Thompson, Chris. The junior just gives this team, I'm going to go to my culture, gives them that chutzpah. The chutzpah you need, that edge. And last week was responsible for the clinch, down 4-1 in the third, 7-6 win in the third set over Emil Hudd. To send South Carolina here to this Elite 8. Thompson, 19-4 overall on the year. Not too shabby.
Quickly erased that Love 30 hole, but yeah, he is definitely one of the guys that is the heart of this team. Gives a couple break chances to Bailey here on a double fault.
T.Y. Bailey, the sophomore, healthy finally. After a year of dealing with injuries, 12-7 overall. Played really good tennis even in an unfinished match against Ryan Segerman last week. Strong crosswind. You see it got a hold of that return immediately.
Hard to imagine how Texas could be much better than they are, but this is a team that had a few guys that were battling some injuries during the year that have really gotten healthier. And it's going to be really tough to beat these guys now that they're actually healthy when they were playing really well even when they weren't.
I still can't believe Kentucky took the doubles. I'm not over it yet.
Crazy doubles.
Oh, that's what Connor Thompson does. He's just going to keep attacking. And again, hard to imagine a world where South Carolina comes back today without wins at the top 2 spots. That said, we are going to veer away from the top 2 for a moment. Let's take you over to court number 3. Fun battle between juniors. James Story, Micah Braswell.
Braswell, one of the aforementioned Longhorns. He's definitely had to deal with his share of injuries.
Absolutely, as you see the hold from Story. This junior class, by the way, going to shine on our screen. Story, Braswell, Montez, Rodesh, Von der Schulenberg, Samuel, Thompson. And that's just these 4 teams. Like, I'm sure I'm forgetting a Kentucky junior as well. For what it's worth, just to put that final bow on that matchup. Braswell, yes, the junior. Got a huge win over Will Jansen of North Carolina in the round of 16, 12-9 overall in the year. Story, straight set win as well over Blaise Bicknell against Tennessee.
It was like 3-1 maybe,
Yeah,
something along
2-1,
those lines.
I want to say.
It was a blitz.
14-5 overall. So that feels like, again, if South Carolina comes back, it's just crazy to say they might need to sweep the top 3. As here on court number 4, it's just really hard to beat Sam Walddeep. Walddeep 17-7 overall on the year. And on the 5th year, Rafa Lambling. Now Lambling, of course, earned a massive victory as well last week from a set and a break down. Flips things on Tennessee's Shinsuke Mitsui. That's a 3-set victory for South Carolina. Lambling hot and cold throughout the course of this year, 10-11 overall. So again, advantage Walddeep, but no 15-30 deficit. Wall 30 all. Meanwhile, we do know singles action just starting to get underway on courts 7 through 12. Kentucky 1-0 lead over Virginia. Obviously, we'll have introductions, coverage of that one here in a moment. So it is a Walddeep hold 4-3-2. So let's go to a split screen now, 5 and 6. That'll allow super producer Daniel Westoff to get us ready to head back to 7 through 12. Early break point chance on 5. That's Cleve Harper. And Harper does break. Or maybe the scoreboard's just wrong? Job well done by Cleve Harper. And yeah, they're clearly having some scoreboard issues, so we'll just introduce these for you. Harper, fifth year, though he does have another year of eligibility remaining. 15-6 overall. Poole, the sophomore, 13-10 this season. He's one of those pieces Josh Goffey insists. Give him another year of development, maybe 2. He'll be as good as anyone you see out there. That's the battle on 5. On 6, it's the breakout player of the year. Nevin Aramili in his final year on the job, 10-3 in dual match play. He's taking on the freshman Lucas Da Silva. Da Silva, a late add for the singles lineup, 4-4 overall. As you see, the hold 4-3-2. What I'll ask us to do now, everyone introduced. Let's go back to court number 1 in Texas, South Carolina, and let's bring back our split screen now. We want to show you singles action getting underway in Kentucky. Virginia, Kentucky taking that 1-0 lead after a dramatic doubles point. So it's an early changeover on 1. Chris Rodesh already up 7-love, Chris. I guess they decided to play a pro set. They didn't tell us. No, obviously they'll get that scoreboard fixed here. 1-love for Chris Rodesh. Again, a 1-0 lead for Kentucky. They take a dramatic doubles point via a breaker at the 1 spot. How do the Who's respond from here? That's the question. Obviously, South Carolina, Texas a little further along. I don't think we have a single break lead on any of our 6 courts thus far. Now, we're only 5-6 games in Texas, South Carolina, but again, we're just going to hold here on the 1s for now. And on that left side, Chris Rodesh, the junior, superstar for Virginia, number 9 in the country. He's taking on number 13, Liam Draxel, the 4th year. Both these two were out. These two teams faced off in the regular season, but Draxel 19-7 overall on the year. Rodesh 19-3. Rodesh a chance to consolidate his break lead early on 1.
on serve almost everywhere in that South Carolina-Texas match, although I do see Clete Harper up at break.
As you see the 2-love lead for Rodesh now on 1, that scoreboard slow to refresh. There we go. Can you take me over to court 2 now? On the Kentucky-Virginia side of things. Spiz holding 4-4-3. Where to turn to? Let's go down back to court number 6, please, in Texas, South Carolina. Spend some time with our Emilian De Silva. I'm telling you, you're going to watch De Silva for about 6 minutes, Chris. You're going to see the size. You're going to see the weapons. You're going to realize he's coached by Josh Goffey. You're like, yeah, this guy might be number 1 in the country someday. Here on court number 2, junior Iñaki Montez. Taking on the 5th-year transfer, Alafi Ayeni. Now, this is a rematch from the regular season. Montez 4-6 over Ayeni. That match was indoors. Now, of course, we're outdoors. You'd say the advantage tilts that much more to Montez. Ayeni 17-9 on the year. Montez 12-4. I will say, super producer Daniel Westoff, get us ready to go to a triple box. Not yet, but we might need a couple of Texas, South Carolina courts simultaneously, as a lot of these first sets are progressing at the right pace. Or I should say the same pace. So when we next go to a triple box, that's where we'll be headed. No way did Iñaki Montez track that down. Well, it feels like a shame to leave his court after an effort like that, but again, I do want to introduce everything. So let's head over to court number 3 now. In that Virginia-Kentucky match. Again, Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. You see the score lines. Texas, Kentucky, each taking the doubles point. And here's an encouraging sign. Joshua Lapadat has been a must-win and a point on the board for Kentucky all season long. Junior out of London, Ontario. Surfing on the far side of your screen, lost a 5-4 match to Jeffrey von der Schulenberg, the junior. Another talented junior, by the way, Lapadat. Double fault there from Lapadat, but again, he's been the rock. team leader in singles victories, 23-4 overall. It's strength on strength. Lapadat 23-4, von der Schulenburg 24-4. And of course, one of those wins again over Lapadat in Charlottesville earlier this season. A must-have for the Who's if they're going to come back here after dropping the doubles point. Westhoff, can you take me to court 3, please, in South Carolina, Texas? James Story serving 3-5, but he's down a break to Micah Braswell. So finally some separation. Texas with breaks now on courts 3 and 5. Connor Thompson a break on 2 for South Carolina. Other than that, just very, very even. How about this from 40 love? Now a deuce point for von der Schulenburg. Throw that deciding point on your screen. Good rally from Story. I'll say it again, though. If this is the Micah Braswell, we're getting the junior just looks so much healthier. Played so well. He has a win over Carl Poling in the round of 16. If you're getting the best version of Braswell, I don't know how anyone's beaten this Texas team in the NCAA tournament. Yeah, even the let courts are now going his way. Throw it on our screen. Our first set point of the day in singles belongs to Texas's Micah Braswell. A willingness to be bold. Lapadat holds for 3 love on 3. Let's go to 4. As you see the changeover coming up on court number 3. Can we quickly pop over to 1 for a breakpoint chance for Toby Samuel? That would give him a 5-4 lead. He'd then be serving for the set. Back to Braswell for that final service game.
Yeah, Ryan. Beautiful.
They're out of the chair, so you can just hold on. Oh, nope, he's going to make it. I think we might make it to the break point. Oh, the inside in from Spazzeri, too good. He fights off a couple of break points to hold for 5-4, so we head back to Braswell. Meanwhile, left side of your screen, court number 4. Again, another rematch from earlier this season. Kahabadi earned the clinching victory, 7-6 in the third. He knocked off fifth-year Ryan Getz to propel Kentucky to that 4-3 win over Virginia earlier this season. Getz has been a rock all year long. For the Who's, another successful 21-3 campaign. Body hot and cold in his 19-7 year. Can we get you now a couple of courts? The reason we go to the triple box, you see Waldy 4-all 40-30, Braswell 2 points away. It's all Micah Braswell. Set points here for the junior. You see Harper 5-2 on 5. A pause here. It's not raining, is it?
I think we have some rain.
Oh, I think we have some rain too. And by the way, if it's coming, it's about to come hard. Is this our first rain delay of the NCAA tournament? It looks like it might be. Yeah, we can hear it here as our broadcast booth in the USTA Welcome Center. Some drops coming down. So, rain delay. But they're not leaving the court. Is it a lightning delay?
No, I don't.
I heard some drops, and the clouds are ominous above us.
Yeah, if it's rain, it's not coming down hard.
Yeah, no, Sunny Dearth confirming it is 100% a thunder lightning delay. Thunderstorms in the area. They haven't dropped down on us yet, but they're just too close, too visible. Play going to be suspended. So, quick recap of where each of these matches stand. Then we're going to take a quick break as well. Chris Halioris, I want your thoughts. Texas takes a dramatic doubles point. Here are the set scores. Spizzirri leads 5-4 on serve for Texas. I should say Texas 5-4 on 1 on serve. Texas 4-all on 2 on serve. Braswell 5-4 40 love. He has 3 set points. Waldeep 5-4, I believe he's about to serve for the set. So Texas up 5-4, serving for the set there. Harper up a break, 5-2 for Texas at 5. Aramilli and Lucas Da Silva 4-all in the first set on 6. Chris Halioris, first hour and a half of play in Texas, South Carolina. Anything unexpected? Your reaction?
I don't think unexpected, but you certainly don't argue with the spot you're in. If you're Texas, you've got the doubles point and you don't trail in a single. You don't have a big lead, but you're not trailing on any singles match. So a doubles point and on serve are better in every singles match. Almost 3/4 of the way through your first sets, you'll take that anytime.
Yeah, very well said. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Virginia had their chances, but in the end, it's Kentucky fights off too many match points to count. They take that 7-6 clinch at the number 1 double spot to take the 1-0 lead. Meanwhile, it's very early in singles everywhere, but here are the scores. Virginia up a break 3-2 at 1, 1-2 on serve at 2, break lead 3-love Kentucky at 3, on serve now 2-all at 4, Kiefer 4-love lead for Virginia, so double break at 5, Dahlberg, Kosnay 2-all at 6. Your reaction to what we've seen thus far in Virginia, Kentucky?
I mean, still definitely a little surprised at the doubles point. A little too early to call it here yet. Anything in singles. You've got, the double break for Kiefer is the big one. Everything else is still, Lapidot's up a break, but it's a little early to call any of these first sets yet. I don't think it'll be a while before we know what to think there, but still just surprising finish to that doubles point, I would say.
Yeah, it's not the result we expected. I'd tell you that much, especially with, again, Woodall, Montez serving for it. up 5-3. And so absolutely, look, for Kentucky facing a Virginia team that hasn't lost in like 2.5 months, you have to come out of the gate strong, especially for a Kentucky team that they're sick of 4-3 matches. They played a 4-3 against Northwestern in the second round. They played a 4-3 against Stanford in the round of 16. I don't know if the guys are sick of the matches, but Big Blue Nation's like, yo, what do we have to do to get a 4-1 win? Can we just chill on these 4-3s, maybe do something a little easy? And of course, we'll find out just how easy these quarterfinals are. We're not anticipating any easiness. We expect some drama upcoming here. And you see those ominous clouds in the background. No rain right now, but again, visible thunder. That's not true. That's not how that works, Chris. Visible lightning in the background. There's also thunder, but the lightning's the stuff that's visible.
The other one might be audible.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Audible thunder, visible lightning. As such, we're going to take a quick break. We've been told 15-minute delay, and that 15-minute delay started about 4 minutes ago. So stick around, folks. Now's the time. Heat up that cold pizza in the fridge. Order whatever you got to do to get your dinner straight. Make sure you take care of all your evening activities because there's nowhere you're going to want to be than right here. NCAA Division I men's quarterfinals. Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris will be back with more coverage after this delay. Welcome back in, everyone, to our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2023 Division I Men's Tennis Tournament. Alex Gruskin here. Now you know what we look like. This is Chris Halioris, the professor to my right, but perhaps most importantly, you can all see now what we're dealing with here in Orlando. That is an ominous looking set of clouds right now hanging over this USTA national campus. We've had lightning strikes just about every other minute here. And of course, with every lightning strike, as you see one go off in the background, that's another 15-minute delay at least here for this match. So to summarize, it's going to be a really late night here in our Division I men's quarterfinals, reminiscent of that round of 16 back in 2021. Some of you may remember University of Florida, Texas A&M. They finished at, 1:30, 2 a.m., something like that. All of us going to be headed to the McDonald's about a mile away. It'll be the only place open at the end of the night. With that in mind, Chris Halioris, I know you like to double as a meteorologist in your spare time, but I won't ask you for that. I'll ask you one last time for an update on these matches, and that's the update we'll give now before we sign off here for the moment. Chris, again, 1-0 Texas, dramatic doubles point for Love, Spizzirri, Harper, that lead overcome. Ultimately, though, they do get that break back. They hold for 7-5, 1 Love lead there. A lot of tight first sets across the board. Which way you lean and how you feeling in that battle?
Well, you certainly have to lean Texas. Look, they got the doubles point, and they're not trailing in a single match, and they're up a break in 1 or 2 of them, but they're at worst on serve in every single one of the 6 matches. So you've got to be leaning Texas's way in that match.
Yeah, Braswell has set points. I believe Waldeeb's about to serve for the set on 4 as well. The key thing here, given the delays, you'd really rather be the team with the 1 Love lead. You just have that to sit on over the course of the next hour, however long this delay stands. And with that sentiment in mind, Kentucky fight off 6, 7 match points, whatever it was at that number 1 double spot. Ultimately, they're able to take a 7-6-1 doubles decision to clinch the doubles point. Now we're about 3-4 games in to all those first sets, so a little too early to do any projecting, but you could get back to our original match calculi, Chris. Virginia needs 4, Kentucky needs 3. From the Virginia perspective, which 4 would you lean towards?
I mean, look, for both teams, I think 5 and 6 are wild cards. Although, as I said to you coming into the match, I have to lean Kiefer at 5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's questionable, but I was definitely leaning to Kiefer at 5. 6 is a wild card either way. Dahlberg, Kazne, I don't know which guy's going to show up. The battle really comes down to those top 4 and which of the strength on strength shows up. That's Kentucky's strength. That's Virginia's strength. Where if I'm going to call it now, I'll like you said, I'll take the team that's got the point.
Sure.
I think Kentucky can find one of those top. They can split Draxel and Loft. They can split Lapidat and Body, and and then they just got to get one of those questions. I don't really like the chances for Weeks against Kiefer. I do like Kazne's chances against Dahlberg, but I think that's what it's going to come down to.
Very fair. And I'm going to take the bait, even though I don't want to. Look, Theo McDonald, I don't want to see you either. I know you don't want to see us. We'd rather be showing tennis. That would be our intent here at Crack Rackets, but there's no tennis for us to show. So in the meantime, you're going to have to deal with us. And again, I see a lot of questions. When or if will this tournament be moved inside? That'll be a last case scenario. They will try to play outdoors for as long as possible, even if that means these matches go well after midnight into that 1 a.m., 2 a.m. hour. Now, for what it's worth, draw integrity wise, those semifinals for the men, they're both scheduled for Friday night. Now, again, they sequence these matches, so potential semifinal opponents, their matches start at the same time. That way, our later set of quarterfinals, TCU, Michigan, Ohio State, Georgia, there won't be a distinct competitive advantage one way or the other. But before we wrap here, our final update, again, you see the clouds behind us. There is now rain coming down. That's actually the worst case scenario here, because if these courts get wet, obviously that means they're going to have to dry off as well. Lightning we can deal with. Rain takes a little bit more time. And with that rain delay comes, again, the update. At least I would say half an hour until we get back to the start of play. Now, I encourage all of you, monitor our social media, whether it be at Crack Rackets on Twitter, at Crack Rackets on Instagram, maybe even just here on the YouTube feed. We'll try to get you updated as frequently as possible. But for now, we are going to sign off. One last detail And this is just for you, Theo McDonald. You like this shirt? It could be yours, as they are currently on sale. A massive shout out to our friends at LS for this. What's it called? The partnership. I'm blanking on the words here, folks, but it's a really good looking shirt, and you can find it here at the USTA Welcome Center. You can order it online as well. Get yourself outfitted in the finest LS Cracked Rackets crossover gear available. Any final thoughts, Chris? Are you ready to go to break?
I mean, I'm not ready to go to break, but I don't think we have a choice.
Yeah,
So
this is fair.
We'll break out in a little, indoor pickleball or something here, and wait for some matches to get back.
Yes, absolutely. And one last time, because I see the follow-up question. Yes, they have indoor courts. No, they have not yet made that decision to move indoors. I promise you, if they make that indoors decision, we will be the first person to let all of you fans know. Trust me, you think you guys want to see tennis? We've been waiting all year for this quarterfinal broadcast. This is about as good as it gets for us here at Cracked Rackets. So I promise, as soon as there is action or any sort of information to let you college tennis fans know about, we here at Cracked Rackets will be the first to let you know. With that said, signing off for now for the fantastic mulleted Chris Halioris to my right, for our super producer Daniel Westoff in Indianapolis, CEO Dalton Thieneman sitting behind an iPhone in front of me, and everyone who contributes to our Cracked Rackets team. I'm Alex Gruskin. You're watching our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Division I men's quarterfinals. We'll be back with more information as soon as we have it for you. welcome back in, everyone, to our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Division I men's team event. Now, as all of you can tell, we do not have any tennis for you, and in fact, it's official. We will not have any Division I men's quarterfinal action for you tonight. The match is suspended and now delayed until tomorrow. With that in mind, though, I can give you tomorrow's broadcasting schedule. 10 a.m. Eastern time, we'll have the resumption of Texas, South Carolina, Kentucky, Virginia. After that, and not before noon, it will be our second batch of quarterfinals. Ohio State taking on Georgia, Michigan taking on TCU. So again, to reiterate, there will be no Division I men's quarterfinal action tonight. Play washed away due to the storms we've had here in Lake Nona. That said, we will have plenty of exciting action for all of you tomorrow. Again, quarterfinals starting 10 a.m. Eastern time. Second batch of quarterfinals starting at noon. It'll be myself, Chris Halioris, and I'll say it, we've got a few special guests planned for the broadcast as well. So be excited, folks. We will have coverage of this 2023 NCAA tournament as soon as it resumes. It's also worth noting, no impact on the women's schedule. Women's semifinals still both scheduled for 5 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. If there are any additional updates, we will provide them to you via our social media. So be sure to follow at Crack Rackets on Twitter, Instagram. If you're still using Facebook, we're there too. At this point, I'm sure Dalton has us on LinkedIn. You name it, we'll provide the updates for you on our social media channels. Of course, you can follow me at AL Gruskin as well. With that said, a shout out as always to all of you for your patience. We appreciate you trusting us to broadcast this 2023 NCAA event. That's why we're ecstatic to be back tomorrow with more action. And of course, before I sign off, I'd be remiss if I did not give a shout out to the rest of our Crack Rackets team. I know I get to be the pretty face, but super producer Daniel Westoff makes everything possible behind the scenes. And then, of course, there would be no broadcast without the tireless efforts of our CEO, Dalton Thieneman. With that said, shout out to each of them. Shout out to Chris Halioris, who joined me in the booth earlier and will certainly be back tomorrow. With that said, for everyone who contributed to tonight's broadcast, I'm Alex Gruskin. You're watching our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2023 NCAA tournament. We will see you all with the continuation of the quarterfinals tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern.